Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. My goodness, I was not able to make my hair not insane before we started. That's that's what we're rolling with today. Hey everybody, welcome. Welcome to the fucking stream. Welcome to the 2024 schedule stream. Welcome to the full franchise playthrough tournament stream. Now I'm gonna wait uh ah, I'm gonna wait a couple seconds, see if some more people roll in. While we're waiting on that, something I can do real quick. That's interesting to me. I don't know if it'll be interesting to anyone else, but however. So, Wario64 tweeted a sale recently for this box set of manga that I've had my eye on. It's a particular specific manga box set. It is the Legend of Zelda Legendary Edition box set, which, as you can see, looks like the Zelda treasure chest and includes special editions of every Zelda manga that has been published in the last 20 years or so, except for Twilight Princess, which started publication after this came out. Yeah. Here it is. Now, yeah, I was able to get it for pretty cheap compared to what it goes for anyway. Not really cheap for what a normal person would spend on this money-wise. Uh, However, so the thing about this is that a lot of the reviews say, you know, like, hey, the manga in here is great. Um, uh, you know, the books are high quality, the box is high quality. But one of the marketed features of this, right, is that when you open the box, the do 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 plays when you open it, right? However, a lot of the reviews on Amazon for this go, everything about the box is great, but when I open the box, the chime does not play. That part of the box is broken. So this is like, you know, this is a known design flaw of this box. So will the box that I got for like basically like half price, maybe less than half price, um, will the chime work? It was completely sealed when I got it, so it's not like it was tampered with or anything. Uh, but I think in a lot of cases, like these boxes just sit around for so long that the battery's already dead. So we're gonna find out together if I got a defective Legendary Edition box. Does Link talk in the Zelda mangas? Yes, he does talk in the Zelda mangas, and he does have a personality. All right, hold on. Yeah, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna open it like this. Now, hold on. You guys need to see me open it. Okay, there we go. All right. How do I open this? It's like a little clasp. It's like a little clasp. Okay. Fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna open it. Nothing. Nothing. Battery's on. It's dead. That's a shame. The manga in here looks really nice though. Look at those hardcovers, man. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, still worth the price I got it for, honestly. And I've seen tutorials online for how to fix it. I don't know if I'm even gonna bother, but anyway. Okay, that was the warm up. Are people here? Oh yeah, kind of. All right, everybody. Welcome. Okay, so this is the stream where I figure out what my schedule's gonna look like for the rest of the year. And it's gonna happen in 3 phases, right? The first phase is the full franchise tournament. What is that? Well, I have picked 8 different video game series. I'll randomly generate a bracket and pit them against each other. The winner of the tournament is the series that I will do a full playthrough of every mainline game in that franchise back to back. And the winner will be decided by votes from you guys, if there's enough people in here. If turnout is low, then maybe I'll just spin a wheel or something. Oh, well, the second part, you guys have submitted games to me that you want to see me do full playthroughs of, so I will spin a wheel to take a look at those games. If the wheel lands on your game, that doesn't mean I'm automatically going to play it, but it does mean that I will consider it and see where I'm going to slot it into the list if I do. And then the third part is me going over a schedule of upcoming 2024 games, um, and making a tentative schedule of what upcoming games I'll play as they come out. So yeah, first the full playthrough tournament, the full franchise playthrough tournament, which will determine a franchise I fully play through on Mondays. And then second, I pick individual games sent to me by you that I will also play on Mondays. And then finally, I will fill out my Friday schedule. Yeah. So I guess first let's get a task poll going. I'd like at least like 5 active voters to be able to run this. We'll do a 2-minute poll. Oh, there we go. You guys hear pull. That doesn't look very good. How can I let this pop a bit more? Not quite. How about this? That's a little easier to see. Kind of a lighter. That might be as good as I can get it looking, honestly. Okay. 2 votes. Not a lot of people are here yet. Or, not a lot of people are actively participating right this second. So, that's fine. Gives me time to make the bracket, probably. Okay. How's everyone doing today, though? You excited? Everyone excited for this? I'm excited for this. Okay. Bracket is almost ready. It is over 50% ready. Oh man, this is a funny bracket. Oh, this is wild. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, people are already filtering in a bit more. Um, yeah, why don't I when I go over the first couple franchise contenders. So again, these are series, these are franchises that I'm pitting against each other in a bracket. The winner will be a franchise where I play through every mainline game in that series, or just about every mainline game in that series. Uh, like in order, back to back. Not necessarily immediately, but as part of my full playthrough schedule. Okay, so the first franchise that will be represented in this tournament. I'm gonna put my head down here actually. It's Wario Land. The Wario Land franchise. What games do I mean by Wario Land? Because Wario has like two franchises, right? He has the WarioWare franchise and the Wario Land franchise. So the Wario Land games is basically all of the Wario like platformers, right? WarioWare is the weird mini games that he does, but the Wario Land games are like all of the Wario platformers. So so that would be Wario Land, Super Mario Land 3, Virtual Boy Wario Land bonus, more on that in a sec. Wario Land 2, Wario Land 3, Wario Land 4, Wario World, Wario Master of Disguise for the DS, and Wario Land Shake It for the Wii. Um, so a couple things. One, I guess I should kind of elaborate, right, on what kind of franchises I've picked. I I've picked franchises that consist of games that aren't like crazy long, right? Like if I were to do a Final Fantasy franchise playthrough, that would take me over a year to finish. That is unfeasible. So like I've picked a lot of franchises that have like shorter games for the most part. Um but also it'd be boring if like the franchises themselves are really short, right? So my guideline is kind of like 5 to 10 game long franchises with games that, average not very long. Some of these franchises will have a game that's pretty long but also be filled with games that are pretty short. So Wario Land is the first contestant in the bracket. And it is going up against the UI tonight's going to be pretty loosey goosey. Apologies for that. Wasn't able to prep a lot of production value this time around, but hopefully this will still be fun. Versus the Contra franchise. So another thing that I wanted to try to do with these is have franchises that mix up their gameplay like mid-franchise. Either franchises that you can kind of see like significant evolution of the franchise's gameplay throughout the franchise, um or uh games that like play completely differently than each other within the same franchises, right? Just to make things um just to make things less tedious for me, right? If I'm playing like 5 games in a row that are exactly the same as each other, I know I'm going to get burnt out. So I've tried to pick franchises that like mix it up sometimes. Hey y'all, hey Listradom. Welcome. You're just about here. You're just about here. Oh my god. I I should not be doing a stream of this magnitude while I'm this tired, but here I am. Yeah, you made it just in time for the first vote. First vote's about to proceed. So the Contra franchise singular. What kind of games can you expect me to play in that? I'll tell you. This is a list of more games, but probably less gameplay overall, less game time overall than the Wario Land franchise. Since some of the later Wario Land games are a little longer. So we've got Contra. That's so many games. Yeah, and I'll be if it wins, I'll be playing them back to back for months probably. The thing with Contra, right, is that some of these games are so short. I could probably do like I could probably do 2, maybe even 3 games in a single stream sometimes, right? So we've got Contra, Super Contra. Those are arcade games, I think. Operation C for the Game Boy. Contra 3: The Alien Wars for the Super Nintendo. Contra Hard Corps for the Sega Genesis. Shattered Soldier and Neo Contra, I think, for the PS2. Contra 4 is a bonus game. More on that in just a sec. Contra Rebirth for WiiWare, which I do have. Hardcore Uprising, Contra Rogue Corps, and Contra Operation Galuga, which is a remake of the first game coming out this year. You didn't know that there were that many Contra games? Yeah, there's fucking tons of Contra games. This is just like the mainline list, right? There's a lot of like spin-offs and like weird ports and remakes and shit. This is me like boiling it down really. So if you see a title in red with the parentheses with bonus in parentheses, those are bonus games for the franchise, right? Those are basically games that I will not play by default if I do the franchise playthrough, but that I might have as an incentive, right? Like maybe if I like reach a certain amount of followers or subs or something, then I will play the bonus game as a reward. Um, Bonus games are also kind of a I don't know if I'll be able to stream this properly kind of deal, right? Like Virtual Boy Wario Land, I would buy a physical copy of it, just for just kind of for streamers' honor, I guess. But obviously, I would have to emulate that game in order to stream it. And I don't know how good Virtual Boy emulation is, so bonus games are also games that I might not be able to play. Similarly, Contra 4 is a DS game, and it's one of those DS games where like the the top screen and the bottom screen are different parts of like the field, you know? Um which I hate those kinds of DS games, but Contra 4 is undoubtedly a mainline game. Contra 4 is really hard, so you had to put on easy. Then it said you couldn't do the final level and ending unless you put it on normal. Stop playing after that good game though. That's a great thing to know in advance. Holy shit. Um but yeah, so if you see a game in red with bonus, that's a game that I might reward you guys with if I get enough follows or whatever, but also it's a game I might not be able to play just and I'm warning you in advance. But yeah, so Wario Land versus Contra. Let's try another test vote real quick now that more people are here. Okay. Test poll. If you're here, please vote in the poll so I can gauge whether or not it's a good time to start actual votes for this. Please vote on the high poll. I'm trying to get I'm trying for at least 5 votes here. If there's at least 5 people actively voting, I'll proceed. It won't let you vote. Dinner's about ready, so you're not going to vote because you're about to drop. That's fair. That's fair. It won't let you vote. That's strange. Like, you should be able to vote even if you're, like, in mobile. You click on vote and there's no options? The app is trash. That's unfortunate. Are you on iOS? In fact, it's ready, so bye. Well, thanks for dropping in. If I see you later, that's great, but otherwise, thanks for dropping in. Yeah, there should be like a new poll pop up while you're in chat, and then if you click on that, the options will pop up. I think maybe you did vote. All right. Wow. Hey, we're at 10 viewers now. Sweet. Yeah. Okay. You know we're gonna run the Warriorland poll, and I think people are just starting to come in. So we'll run the poll for like 3 or 4 minutes just so people have more time. Well, let's do it. Warriorland versus Contra. Which of these two should I do a full playthrough of? Five minute vote. And I'll probably reduce the vote time as if it seems that people are voting more quickly. All right. Warriorland versus Contra. Do your votes. Do your votes. Yeah, maybe 3 minutes is a better idea than 5. I don't know if I can vamp for 3 whole minutes. I mean, for 5 whole minutes. The 2 extra minutes of vamping is too much. And any improvement of luck on the vote, temperamental artist? Welcome, by the way. Well, welcome to everybody that's here. Thanks so much for participating. Hey, everybody. So apologies that I'm just eating dinner while this runs. You can't see me anyway. You can't see me eating this sandwich. Oh. Mmm. Mmm. Oh boy. Ooh. It looks like Warrior Land has a lead. I wish I could figure out a good color to like. Like, no matter what color I choose, it's really hard to kind of make out the options while the vote is ongoing. Not eating a chip. Mmm. Mmm. Crunchy. I'm so sorry. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah. Looking pretty close. And now it's looking less close. All right, this is a good amount of voters. This is a good amount of voters. If we stay this amount or increase this amount, I'll be happy for the duration of the stream. Oh. Yeah. I did this for too long. I'm doing it for 3 minutes next time. Do it for 3 minutes next time. Maybe maybe my face should be visible for the voting portion. Oh. Looks like things are pretty close down here. Oh, okay. Votes almost over. Ooh, looks like we have a clear lead. Honestly, Contra's doing a little better than I thought it would. I've been really interested in the Contra franchise, especially because like the franchise gets so weird and bad like later. But I do really want to play some Wario Land games, so Wario Land is the winner I'm happy with for this round. Um Great. Cool. Good work, guys. All right. All right, up next. Um so that's Contra out of the running. Contra's done. And Wario Land proceeds to the next round. There's 6 more contestants. So 3 more matches in round 1. Next matchup. Oh, this one will be interesting. Okay. All right, first up. in this corner we have Metroid franchise. Um, and the games I'll be playing that is kind of interesting. It's these ones. So Metroid is I think a lot of us know what Metroid is, right? It's the Metroid part of Metroidvania, right? It's all these third person exploration slash like platformer games with like RPG elements sometimes. And we got 10 games in this franchise with 2 bonus games. Um, Metroid 2 Return of Samus, Super Metroid, Metroid Fusion, Metroid Prime Remastered, um, Zero Mission, which is just a remake of Metroid 1. But maybe if I get into follows or something, I'll play through Zero Mission, particularly to do the Zero Suit Samus stuff. Um, no Prime Pinball. I thought about Prime Pinball, but like the fact that I would have to emulate it and like that was really the main thing that brought it over. If Prime Pinball ever came out for the Wii U Virtual Console and I had the foresight to buy it, Metroid Prime Pinball would probably be on here as a bonus game. But yeah. No Prime Pinball. Um yeah, Prime Remastered, Zero Mission, Prime 2, Prime Hunters, Prime 3, Metroid Other M, Metroid Samus Returns is a bonus game. Again, that's a remake of Metroid 2, but it's a really substantial remake of Metroid 2 and one that I've never played before. However, like it is a game that I would have to emulate. And um I don't know how this computer would handle a 3DS emulator and my OBS like stream software running at the same time. So it's a bonus game just because it might not be possible for me to play it with my current setup. I do own a physical copy though. I do own a physical copy, so it would be eligible. I would be okay emulating it because there's no other way for me to play it. But it's can my computer even handle it? That's the question. And finally Metroid Dread. So so yeah, those would be the Metroid games. Out of this would be a fun one because I get to experience a lot of these games for the first time, um, or experience more than the first hour of it for the first time. Like like the only games I've beaten on this list for sure are Super Metroid and Metroid Prime Hunters, um, and Metroid Zero Mission. Actually, I beat Super Metroid and Metroid Zero Mission for sure. I vaguely recall maybe beating Metroid Prime Hunters. I got far in it at least. Um, some of these games I've never even touched, like Metroid Prime 2, Metroid Prime 3, Metroid Other M, Metroid Dread, Samus Returns, and then other games that I've made a little progress in, like Fusion. And I have like I've opened Metroid 2 before, but never beaten it. Would I play the fan remake of Samus Returns? Not as part of this franchise playthrough. It wouldn't count. It's fan made. I've heard good things about it though. I've heard very good things about that fan remake. Metroid is up against um and sorry in advance to Sean if this is like an agonizing choice. Oh, you can barely fucking see that logo. um, it's Metal Gear. It's Metal Gear. I'll pop up the game so you know what you're voting for. Oop. There we go. So Metal Gear, um, Metal Gear, aka the Metal Gear Solid franchise. You know, stealth espionage games. This could be fun for me to do a full franchise playthrough of because I'm very bad at stealth games, and it'd be a miserable experience for me, but maybe it'd be fun for you guys to watch. Um, Also, you know, I know how nuts Kojima games get, so I've always been curious about experiencing the whole franchise. Um, so in this, we've got what 11 games and two slash three bonus games. Um, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, Metal Gear Solids 1 through 3, Metal Gear Acid and or Metal Gear Acid 2 is bonus games. No Snake's Revenge. It's not a mainline game and it's non-canon. Um may, maybe I'll maybe I'll consider it as a bonus game. Um uh but then yeah, Portable Ops, MGS4, Peace Walker, Revengeance, Ground Zeroes, The Phantom Pain, and as another bonus game, potentially Metal Gear Survive. Um, this would this would be a full playthrough that I may wait to start this until we know what's happening with the Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2. I'm sure that's coming out this year, but we don't know when yet. And it could end up getting delayed to 2025 or something. And then I'll have a harder time figuring out which versions of these games to play. Um but yeah, I Acid and Acid 2, like I'd probably have to emulate those games. I probably have to buy physical copies of those games and then emulate them. But I've always been so curious about the Acid games, like Metal Gear gameplay, but also like a deck building game. It's also a card game. God, I wanted to play that for like my whole life. Sorry for the impromptu chip ASMR session. Honestly, this might be the most dangerous franchise to put up because like a lot of these games are on the short side. A lot of these games are like less than 20 hours. But then Phantom Pain is like a 50-hour long game. So I guess if this wins, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. But yeah, Metroid versus Metal Gear. Sorry, Sean. But let's get the vote going. Let's launch the poll. We'll do a 3-minute poll. Poll will be 3 minutes this time. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Metro. Okay. Hmm. What if the color is just regular ass white? Then. Oh, that's easier to read. It's a bit easier to read. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Does it show me who votes? Oh, I can look into that. It does not, which I guess makes sense. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're just smashing the blank spot, hoping something registers. That's that's not that's not how you should vote. Uh-oh. Okay, well, we got a few seconds left. It's tied right now. It's tied. Is someone gonna vote? The last couple seconds. No, they're not. Okay. Okay. All right, we'll do a tiebreaker round. Try that again. And if it's a tie again, we'll leave it up to a wheel. Okay. 3 minutes. Trying to go closest to where you think your outfit would be, if that helps. You uninstalled and everything. That's so strange. That's so strange. My iOS app seems to work fine for the purposes of poll selection. Okay, tiebreaker. Tiebreaker rounds up. Metroid versus Metal Gear, get your votes in. It's probably you and your phone, but you're trying. ILU. ILU2. Thank you for doing your best. That's all I ask. Really, this is more than I asked for. I really appreciate you even being here. All right, well, Metal Gear's about to win with one vote. Everyone got up to go get a snack at the same time. I will say if there's less than 3 votes, roll the I'm gonna spin the wheel anyway. Yeah, I need a minimum of 3 votes for it to count. Metal Gear wins, but I'm gonna spin a wheel for this. Stand by. Stand by, stand by. Your phone isn't letting you vote either? Oh, goodness. That's so strange. Huh. Well, damn. See if I can troubleshoot real quick. Hmm. Hmm. Like, Twitch polls are banned in certain countries, but like, or at least they were 3 years ago. Um, okay. So apparently right now the current version of the app is having trouble with polls. Some people are solving the problem um by leaving the stream and then coming back while the vote's still ongoing. Um, and other people are saying just vote on desktop. Uh, so yeah, sorry for the inconvenience there. I guess, yeah, let me know if leaving the stream and coming back. Like, it says leave the stream and come back. It doesn't even say, like, close the app and come back. So I think if you close my stream while keeping the app open and then clicking on my stream again, you might have a better time trying to vote. I guess give that a shot. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll run the vote one more time while we try to troubleshoot this. We'll run the vote one more time while we try to troubleshoot this. Because looks like people weren't voting before due to technical difficulties. So Metroid versus Metal Gear, final try. If I get less than 3 votes, then I am going to spin a wheel that I have ready. All right, vote starting now. Work your magic. It's not worked for you thus far, but we can try some more. Okay, yeah. So yeah, if you open the poll and you just see a blank screen, just like close my stream and then open my stream again and see if that helps. Your vote thingy's working. That's good. That's good. Hey, we have more votes than last time already. Also, if it's a tie again, I am spinning the wheel. God, these chips are so good, but like, no matter how close I am to the mic, it picks up every single like minute crunch of it. So I'm very sorry. I should stop eating these chips on stream. What if they just said the one they're voting for in chat and then I add it to the poll if I can't find a solution? That's that's not a bad like I like the intent of that. Everyone having an issue would have to be incredibly honorable and honor system their votes, you know? Like if you tell me your vote's broken and you tell me what you're voting for, I'm trusting you with my whole being that you're not actually voting and then telling me what you voted for an extra vote. With all of your love and respect. Yeah. On the bright side, the people this is happening to are people that I know and people that I trust, you know. But yeah, I'm a little nervous about like the potential for like more voters to come in and then abuse that system, you know. All right, Metal Gear has 2 votes. Anyone that tried to vote and failed, what did you vote for? We'll try this. We'll try this system. And if I don't like it, I'll stop. I guess the other drawback is that this is kind of slower. I have to wait for people to tell me their votes manually. You're back at your PC now, so you should be good on voting from now on. Okay, cool. Neato. All right. Well, Noel, Temperamental Artist would have voted Metal Gear anyway. So Metal Gear wins. Metal Gear wins. Okay, so that's Metroid out of the bracket. That's a mild surprise, actually. I thought Metroid would be in it for a while. I actually I almost didn't include Metroid because I thought it would sweep the bracket like too easily. But instead, Metal Gear's is going on to the next round. It'll be Metal Gear versus Wario Land later. But before that, we have two more contenders in round one. First up for round one, match 3. It's a Devil May Cry, which is hack and slash action RPG series that I've never played, like any of these games. I've never played any of these games, besides like demos, you know. Um, so the game lineup is pretty straightforward. Devil May Cry 1, 2, 3, and 4. DMC Devil May Cry is a bonus game. DMC Devil May Cry being the emo Dante spin-off slash reboot, and then Devil May Cry 5. Every each of these I'll be playing like the special edition, whatever is the most recent best version of the game. It's simultaneously crazy that I've never played DMC, but also because you know me well, utterly unsurprising. It's been on my list. It's been a game it's been a series I've been wanting to check out. I just never got around to it. And I guess this would be my opportunity. However, Devil May Cry would have to beat this game to proceed, this franchise to proceed. And that is the Batman Arkham verse. Batman Arkham verse are, like Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, Arkham Knight. Why don't I pull up the list here? 6 games, none of them are bonus games because they're all canon. But one of them might kill me. Yeah, Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, Arkham Origins, Blackgate, Arkham Knight, and Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League as the canonical most recent game in the franchise. So I guess a couple things about Batman Arkham, right? Like, this is another game where me being bad at stealth games will be on display for everyone to see. However, the Arkham verse is gonna have like the least like discovery for me, right? Three of the games in this franchise are games that I have beaten off stream in my own time. I've already beaten Asylum, I've already beaten City, and I've already beaten Arkham Knight. You know, the Arkham Knight being the most recent, and that was like 5 years ago, so it won't be the freshest in my head. It'll still, you know, there'll still be some things that I forgot. There'll still be some things that surprise me. And on the flip side of that, Arkham Origins Blackgate, and Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League would be blind playthroughs. Games that I've never played before. Batman doesn't have robot arms that I can launch and ride like a skateboard, so sorry, Batman. Well, uh let's see how this vote goes then. Devil May Cry versus the Arkham verse. 3-minute poll. All right, poll's active, poll's up. You have 3 minutes. Do your votes. Oh shit, okay. Oh wow. Is that? Wow. Damn, I wasn't expecting it to be not this close so far. Well, we've still got another we still got more than half the time left. I'm sorry I keep eating these chips. They're right in front of me, and I love these chips. They're truffle and sea salt chips. God, they're so good. Devin hates them. Devin doesn't like the way they taste, and Devin doesn't like the way my kisses taste after I eat these chips and then try to give my fiance a little smooch. Fiance is like, no, thank you. I still, you know, I still get the smooch. The smooch still happens, but one of us is more pleased than the other. You're gonna go for Devil May Cry Baby also, but you're a slut for Batman villains. Who isn't? Who is not among us? Tell Devin he's wrong because truffle is the best flavor. Yeah, Devin's not like a fan of mushrooms in general, you know, and I can't blame him. I can't blame him. I don't mind mushrooms, especially in my adult years. But if someone told me mushrooms taste nasty, I'm not really gonna tell them they're wrong, you know. Sometimes because they do kind of taste nasty, but sometimes it's a tasty nasty. You get me? You understand? Damn, Devil May Cry sweeps it. Uh, with uh, with temperamental artist voiced vote for Arkham verse. The mushrooms are divinity from the ground. I like mushrooms. I like them. Um, yeah, it'd be great to get like, be great to get like an odd number of votes in here. But yeah, Devil May Cry takes it easily. Dang. Sorry, Batman. Uh, honestly, Devin will be pleased to hear that too because Devin has been wanting to play through the Arkham games while I watch him play. And I did get his permission to put Arkham Verse on this poll, but I'm sure he'll be pleased to know that I won't be streaming these games. LOL DMC2, yes, I would be playing Devil May Cry 2 as part of the full playthrough. I do understand that I will be struggling through it according to every account of this game, but but then I'll have so much contextual knowledge of the Devil May Cry franchise. It's nice to see that Batman isn't the most popular dude in the room for once. Yeah, it's Dante. Dante's the popular one. Okay. All right, so that means our last two contestants are up. Last two contenders. And I rolled this bracket randomly. So I'm sorry that this is two franchises in the same genre pit against each other. Excuse me. The Guilty Gear franchise. Now fighting game franchises, if I do a fighting game for a full playthrough, if I do full playthroughs of a fighting game, what that means is if it has a story mode, I play through the story mode, right? That's pretty straightforward. If it doesn't have a traditional story mode and it just has like arcade mode, then me doing a full playthrough is me beating arcade mode with every playable character that has an ending. So like, so like bonus like unlockable characters that have generic endings or no endings, those don't count. But yeah, if I do the Guilty Gear franchise, then it'll be a lot of me playing through arcade mode with various Guilty Gear characters. Of which Guilty Gear games, Daniel? Well, of these ones, these Guilty Gear games. Guilty Gear, Guilty Gear X, Guilty Gear XX Accent Core, whatever the full name of that game is. Guilty Gear Isuka is a bonus game. I have it, and it's not canon, I don't think, but it mixes up the gameplay a bit. Guilty Gear 2 Overture, which definitely mixes up the gameplay. Guilty Gear 2 Overture is like it's not a fighting game. It's like a 3D like beat 'em up or something. And then Exard Sign, and then Exard Rev 2, and then Guilty Gear Strive. I guess for a Strive story mode, like that'll just be like me watching a movie while you guys hang out. You guys just hang out with me while we watch a movie together. A movie that won't get like DMCA'd. What about the Pachinko game? There's extra lore there. I don't think I can get an official copy of the Pachinko game, so also I didn't really I didn't know about the Pachinko game, but that's still a no. So either Guilty Gear or the Tekken franchise. And yeah, like if I do the Tekken franchise, I'll be playing through. I'll be playing through the story modes of each number Tekken game. And if you're not familiar with the Tekken franchise, um, arcade endings for every Tekken character are like these crazy unhinged like CG animated shorts. Uh so like, I've been playing Tekken 8 lately, right? I love Tekken 8, but I don't know much about the lore. So getting to play through the Tekken franchise will mean like A, I get to familiarize myself with the lore more. B, I get to familiarize myself with the characters more and maybe find like a franchise main, like find characters that I click with that I didn't realize that I would. And then when I get all the way back to Tekken 8, like maybe I'll be better at Tekken when I get there and maybe I'll be able to figure out like how to play Tekken 8 better because I've played the previous 7 Tekkens. Um but yeah, on top of that, like I'll have a better understanding of the lore and we'll all get to watch a bunch of like zany CG shorts together. So the Tekken franchise consists of Tekken 1 through 3. Tekken Tag Tournament is a bonus game. It's not canon, but it is fun. And I think it does have movies. Tekken 4 and 5, Death by Degrees as a bonus game, uh which is like a beat 'em up game starring Nina Williams. Like that's a spin-off game. Tekken 6, Tekken Tag Tournament 2 is a bonus game. Street Fighter Cross Tekken is a bonus game. Um, and then Tekken 7, and then Tekken 8. So, uh, so yeah, like I'd be playing through a lot of arcade modes. I think starting with Tekken 5 or starting with Tekken 6, um, there are like dedicated story modes also that I would be playing through. Um, But yeah, either of these is basically like, yeah, Guilty Gear. I'd get to play through, familiarize myself with the characters and the lore, and Tekken. I'd get to play through and familiarize myself with the characters and the lore, and presumably by the end, I'd be able to be much more invested in whichever franchise. That's true for all the franchise playthroughs, but fighting games in particular, I really like knowing all the dumb lore. uh it helps me sink my teeth into the franchise more. I'm really into King of Fighters now because I know all the dumb King of Fighters lore. Okay. All right. Let's get this vote going. 3-minute poll. Last round. Last match of round 4. Okay, 3-minute poll activated. Guilty Gear versus Tekken. All right, we have a write-in vote for Tekken. And on screen it's a tie. Good thing I didn't pick Blaze Blue. You tried years ago and you just gave up, LOL, was borderline incomprehensible at times. Yeah, I thought about Blaze Blue, but the like all of the Blaze Blue stories being like really long, really dense visual novels, I did not think would make for a fun franchise playthrough. I felt like that might be pretty boring for everyone, including me. Hell, I'm kind of like at least like at least Guilty Gear for like the first half of the franchise is like traditional arcade modes, you know. Also alternate dimensions, and you think time travel get introduced later on as well, so that doesn't help. You love Blaze Blue? I also love Blaze Blue. I think it's a great franchise. Um there's there's some games that I love playing but don't think would make good streams, if that makes sense. 428 Shibuya Scramble is like a game that I will recommend to anyone that likes visual novels like in a heartbeat. But I don't think I could play that on stream. I don't think that'd be a fun stream. Okay, we got about a minute left, and we're tied on screen. Currently tied. Guilty Gear versus Tekken. Make a vote. Do a vote. Oh! All right, we could have a winner. We could have a winner. Ooh, ooh, oh, ooh, oh, ooh, ooh. Tekken. Tekken wins. Cool. I think it would have been really funny to watch Guilty Gear Strive as a movie with like chat commentary, but I am looking forward to playing Tekken more than doing that. Potentially playing Tekken. Potentially looking forward to that more. Okay. All right. Tekken wins. So that means we're at the semifinals. Up first, it's going to be Wario Land versus Metal Gear. Me playing through all the Wario platformers, or me playing through all the Metal Gear games. All right, 3-minute pull starting now. We're gonna chug on through the rest of this. Chug a lug. 3 minutes. Metal Gear versus Wario Land. Put in your votes. Oh, that should have said semifinals 1. Should have said semifinals number 1. Oh, got a tie. Guilty Gear has a few short 20-page manga about the older game's story on ArcSys's website if I'm interested. I'm kind of interested. There is an interest in that for me. Ooh. Okay, I'm putting these chips farther away from me and grabbing a snack that will make less noise. Well, me opening the wrapper of these cheese sticks will make noise, but maybe they're less annoying than Crunchy Crunchy. All right, we got a write-in vote for Metal Gear. That still would not put Metal Gear in the lead or make it tie. But it's still anyone's game. My upstairs neighbor keeps dropping bowling pins. I don't fucking know. That was my fridge. Okay, got about a minute left. My latest snack of choice I discovered last night when I was deliriously trying to get some sleep, but I was too hungry to be able to sleep properly. So I had to come up with something like quick but also filling. So I have this artichoke jalapeno and parmesan dip. It's tasty. And then I dip my cheese sticks in it. And I eat the cheese sticks with the dip on it. And it tastes better than it has any right to. I feel like a degenerate eating food this way, but the heart wants what it wants. Warriorland wins! Warriorland wins 3-2. Boo, you say, boo, hiss, etc. to the poll results, not the dip. Thank you for clarifying. I would have thought you were saying that about the dip. Metal Gear loses, Warriorland moves forward. Warriorland will be waiting at the finals, whoever wins this next semifinals match. And semifinals, this semifinals match it's gonna be really interesting. Devil May Cry versus Tekken. Okay. 3-minute vote. It's up. It's going. Macau. Get in your votes. Get in your votes while I eat my cheese stick dip. I don't like how much the mic is picking this up. I'm sorry. It's not as good as it was at 3 in the morning last night. Go figure. I'm going to keep eating this. Oh my, damn. Oh my god. Hey, you know what they say, every vote counts. Plus my fiance is home now, so if he grabs his phone, votes for Tekken, and then clones himself 4 times, then we'll have a really close match. Hello. You literally don't know. That's fair. It's okay not to know. If he clones himself, send one to Texas. Okay. Presumably, the clone will still have free will, so I'll ask him if he wants to go to Texas. I looked over at him and he goes, okay. By a minute left on the poll. A minute left. If you still want to vote, you can. I like seeing engagement on these polls. I like seeing interaction. Damn, I wonder if the finale is going to be close at all. All right, Devil May Cry wins. Devil May Cry moves on to the finals. Shocked Pikachu face. Yeah. Okay. All right, Tekken's removed from the running. Tekken's probably one of the ones I was low key rooting for. Honestly, it would have been really fun to do a full playthrough of all the Tekken games. But honestly, the ones that are left, would also be very fun. Like whoever wins this, I think I'm gonna have a good time. Agree? Yeah, agree. It's funny that I didn't have to move any of these until from their original spots until now. I feel like the Wario Land games could be bigger, yeah, like that. Okay. Agree in regards to Tekken? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Time for the finals. Anyone that wants to vote on the finals should be here for the finals. Anyone that wants to vote in the finals should open up their Twitch app. Vote. My fiance just flipped me off. All right, the finals. Wario Land versus Devil May Cry. We'll make it a 5-minute vote. We'll do 5 minutes on this. All right. 5-minute vote. Wario Land, a full playthrough of the Wario Land franchise versus a full playthrough of the Devil May Cry franchise. Poll is up. Get in your votes. Okay. It's not a complete. Hey, this is kind of close. It's kind of close. Wario Land can still win with 2 votes. Oh, okay. We have our write-in vote is for Wario Land, so technically this is a tie. Oh shit! Yeah, technically this is still a tie. Ooh. Ooh. What's gonna happen now? I guess we'll find out in 4 minutes. Maybe this voting time was a mistake. Maybe this voting length was a bad idea. Maybe I can't vamp for this long. Maybe it'll be 3.5 minutes of me eating cheese sticks and trying to do it quietly, but doing a bad job. Full playthrough of a bag of cheese sticks? Oh man, I'll do that every week. I'll do that every week, baby. You can have like a little tally in the corner of the screen of how often I get sick. How many times I have to run to the bathroom partway through. All right, we got like 2 minutes left. Still time to get your votes in. My fiance doesn't usually flip me off. Usually, my fiance is very nice to me. I feel like this might be the first time he's flipped me off, and I'm a little sad about it. You'd absolutely vor a bag of cheese sticks right now? I wish I didn't say that out loud, actually. That could have just stayed in the chat. I could have, but it didn't. Oh, okay, we're at like 30 seconds left. Get your votes. Get your votes in. It's up to you. It's up to you to get in the final vote. It's up to you to get in the final vote. Oh, will you do it? We get the final vote. Oh. All right, so with the write-in vote that no one has objected to up to this point, Wario Land wins. Wario Land wins. Wow. You'll send a screenshot of your blank ass poll to my fiance. Great. Um. All right. You object because it's not the one you wanted. Sorry, man. Wait, it was your idea to do the write-in votes. The person who suggested the write-in votes now wants a recount. All right. I can make myself bigger now. All right, let's see. Make this bigger too. And why not also make the Wario Land logo bigger for funsies? Wario Land. Okay. So, um sometime this year, this one shouldn't take too long to play all of them. Yes, this will also be like kind to my time, which I appreciate. Sometime this year, I will start a full playthrough of the Wario Land franchise. Um, Something I might wait for is for more of these games to become available on NSO, right? Because I feel like NSO would be the nicest and smoothest way to play most of these games. Um, I will buy a physical copy of Virtual Boy Wario Land and then figure out how to emulate Virtual Boy games. If I hit some kind of like, I'll figure out like a follower goal or something. I'll figure out a like some kind of bonus thing to qualify Virtual Boy Wario Land for. And if we don't hit the bonus goal, then I'll skip it, and then I'll be fine because I won't have to go through the hassle of figuring out how to emulate a Virtual Boy game. But the games I will definitely play on this list is Wario Land, Wario Land 2, 3, 4, Wario World, Master of Disguise, and Wario Land Shake It. Out of these games, I've beaten Wario Land 1, although I got one of like the worst endings in that game. Um I've I owned a copy of Wario Land 2 for the Game Boy in my childhood and have 100%ed that game. I got every possible ending in that game. Um but it has been probably about 20 years since the last time I played it. Um and Wario Land 3 I haven't really ever played. Wario Land 4 I haven't really ever played. Um those two games I may have played like the first like half hour of, but never got very far in either of them. Wario World will be a fully blind playthrough. I'm gonna have to find a copy of that game. I'll have to order a copy and have that shipped over. Wario Master Disguise will be a fully blind playthrough. I thankfully had the foresight to get it off the Wii U eShop before it closed down, so I'll be able to play that like in a legit way. And finally, Wario Land Shake It will be a fully blind playthrough. So there'll be a lot of discovery from me in this. There'll be a lot of me getting to explore a bunch of these Wario Land games for the first time. Hell yeah, the only games in this list I've beaten is Wario Land 1 and Wario Land 2. A Virtual Boy Wario Land would also be a blind playthrough because I've never had a fucking Virtual Boy. If hypothetically I unlock the bonus and we stream that. Um okay. So, allow me a moment. Um Give me a sec here. Okay. Setting up the wheel because now we're gonna move on to the second wave of the stream, which is me going through submissions that you guys gave me. And adding them to my my full playthrough list. Me considering them and potentially adding them to my full playthrough list, I should say. So I guess we should kind of go over some stuff over to webcam mode. Congratulations to the Wario Land franchise. I'm looking forward to playing that. So let's pull up my stream schedule. Have fun as past your bedtime. Have a good rest of the stream. Thanks so much for participating. Thank you. You broke the tie. You broke the tie. Thank you so much for doing that. I get to play Wario Land now. Okay, so yes, here's my stream schedule. Full playthrough Mondays are games that I do full playthroughs of on Mondays. New game Fridays, very out of date. We'll make that up to date. Streams with Devin, not necessarily full playthroughs, not necessarily happening unless bold than both. Yeah, we'll put less emphasis on Devin streams just because it's become apparent over the past year that it's very hard for our schedules to match up. And my franchise bucket list. Well, look at that. Look at that. Okay. So the stuff in green we will delete and put down here the completed playthrough section, the brand new completed playthroughs, or the past 9 months. Done a full playthrough Digimon Survive, Banjo-Kazooie, Kirby's Dream Land 2, Everhood, Star Ocean, First Departure R, MK vs. DC Universe, Bumpers and Broadswords Tournament, Chibi Robo, and Portal. That's 9 games. I'm currently in the middle of a playthrough of Trauma Team. So we're about to add some games to the full playthrough Monday list, right? I'm going to be streaming through the rest of 2024. So that's basically another 9 months, right? So I'm probably going to put between like 10 and 12 games on this final list here. These 3 games you see may not necessarily stay on there. I might delete them to make room. Except for Trauma Team, which I do want to see through to the end because I'm in the middle of that playthrough. However, I'm thinking that I will take a break from Trauma Team. Next Monday will be a game. Next Monday I'll start a playthrough of a game that we decide on tonight. And then I will continue Trauma Team at a later date, but still sometime this year. After we've come up with the full playthrough Monday schedule for 2024, let's delete this, but not this, because I'll be looking this over. We'll be going through New Game Fridays and coming up with games that will play as they come out. The New Game Fridays list is always kind of a guideline for what we could play as those days come by. Full playthrough Monday games, I'm basically fully committing to those. fully committing to at least trying them, giving them at least a few streams before I potentially move on. New Game Friday stuff, me putting on a list doesn't mean it'll happen. It just means it's more likely to happen. If something, if something more interesting happens that week, I might play another game instead. Okay. So with that all established, I played most of last year's games. That I did. I got close to going through that whole list. That's pretty impressive, right? I'm pretty cool. All right, let's see. Oh. Let's make Okay. Should I move my head over more? Probably. Yes. Okay. And we'll start with spins don't have to be too long, but have a little. We'll do 26-second spins. How about that? And let's figure out our first game. Gonna spin the wheel. Oh, it was almost submission number 9, but instead it's submission number 6. I'm gonna try to remember to turn the browser off so I can look at these. How many submissions did I get? I got 23 submissions. So basically, like, I'll probably be spinning this wheel until like 10, maybe 10:30. And basically, like, if I do end up going through every submission, I'll end up picking about half of them. So that's not a bad number. I don't hate that number. Submission number 6 is from Not a Pipe 20. And the submission is Kirby's Dream Land 3. And I should have like a little text box here. Or yeah, no. Hey, yeah, I know what I'll do. Oh yeah, I'm making this hard on myself. Okay. So Kirby's Dream Land 3. What Not a Pipe 20 had to say about this was You Know and I Know. This is a wonderful retro Kirby game with loads of charm. Also, Animal Friends. So I've told people before that you shouldn't worry about a game that's already on the list. You shouldn't worry about a game that other people might pick when you're making submissions, because what you're doing with those games is making it more likely that I will play them, making them less likely to fall off of the list, and increasing their chances of getting played sooner. So even though I already had Dreamland 3 on the list, now I'm much less likely to delete Dreamland 3 because I know that other people still want it. Um, and uh, this might change, and this probably will change before the end of the stream, but right now, Dreamland 3 is in the top of the running for being played, for being started on Monday. Okay. How does that look? Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, let's spin the wheel again. Remove 6. The sucker another spin. It's next submission. Ooh, is it gonna be 8? 8. Um Submission number 8 is from Alfonso, aka Garrett. Alfonso suggested we'll we'll put suggestions on here. We'll put contenders down here. He suggested the DS Zelda games. What did Garrett say? Garrett said, they're charming and underrated full Zelda experiences. The controls aren't that bad. You consider both games to be one experience, but if you think you'll never play both, do Spirit Tracks. Okay. Um, Spirit Tracks is 25.5 hours. So one thing I mentioned is that if it's over 35 hours long, that decreases my chances of playing it. But I probably will pick at least one 35 plus hour game tonight. Um, oh right. Also, let's Wario Land franchise playthrough. Yeah, I got to put that on there. Yeah, baby. Um, so so yeah, I actually think this is great because I played I played a little bit of Spirit Tracks back when I first got it off of the eShop. And I was pretty charmed by it. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty interesting, and I'd like to play more of it. Um, and I think Spirit Tracks would actually make a very fun playthrough, like a very fun stream. I think it'd be a very fun and interesting stream. And I have the means. I have the means to stream it because I have the Wii U version of that game. Um, so I don't think this is going to be the final spot for it, but let's put Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks here. Honestly, two first party Nintendo games back to back is not how I want to run this. So one of these is probably moving before I'm done, but we'll put that there for now. Put that there for now. Remove. Let's give another spin. I don't like that the noise goes away when I leave the window. Ooh, submission 20. Submission 20 comes to us from Unsaxon 51. And that's Portal 2. Be about 14.5 hours for me to beat. All the humor and charm of Portal 1, but with a real story, and also J.K. Simmons. I did have a good time with Portal 1. I think it'd be fun to play Portal 2. And I think it would be fun to do like follow-ups. Like it'd be fun to do some follow-up streams. Also, while I'm thinking of it, when I'm done doing picks, I might add one game that's my pick. I might add one game for me once I'm done with all this. But that's unrelated. We'll tentatively put Portal 2 on the list. We'll put it on there for now. Put it on there for now. I do think that's not a bad pick, you know, and it's one of your all time favorites. Yeah, it does seem like there's definitely people in my viewer base that are really invested in Portal 2, so it might not be a bad idea for me to stream it. So we'll tentatively include it. We'll see how that goes. After this one, I might shuffle the numbers again. Ooh. Oh, number 10 just barely made it in. What is number 10? Ooh, number 10 comes to us from Mr. Cactus. Mr. Cactus's submission is Resident Evil 4 parentheses original. The original version of Resident Evil 4 and not the remake. About 20 hours to beat, main plus extras on howlongtobeat.com. Resident Evil 4 is a great way to get into Resident Evil as it has the fun, goofy tone of RE, the fun survival horror gameplay, but it doesn't have fixed cameras like the old PS1 Resident Evil games, and you don't need to know additional lore as its story is pretty self-contained. Besides a few things here and there. Resident Evil 4 also frequently changes locations, introduces new enemies, and has some cool set pieces, so it stays consistently fun and interesting to play from beginning to end. And the goofy characters and dialogue at times make for a nice treat after some fun gameplay. Also, you can suplex evil dudes in cloaks, and their heads explode. So it's a 10 out of 10. Okay, like I'm not I'm not really a big Resident Evil guy. Actually, I haven't really experienced any of the franchise. Fun fact, I almost put Resident Evil down as one of the franchise playthrough options. But then I realized I don't know how much I want to play 7 and 8 on stream because those games are apparently genuinely scary. and I got anxiety playing Everhood last year. However, I think that was a really well worded recommendation. Um, so I will say I don't know what this game's chances of staying are, but especially while I don't have the maximum amount yet, we'll tentatively put it here. We'll put that in there and see how it feels as we keep going. So let's remove that. Let's shuffle. Let's hey. Oh. It's not letting me shuffle anymore. Well, I guess one shuffle is better than no shuffles. But yeah, we'll give here comes another spin. Okay, this is the I think this is the last submission made and I might know what this is. Okay. So this submission comes to us uh from Mustard Pot Pete. Um on Twitch, but also my buddy Max, friend of the pod Max. Here's what he suggested. Oops. Oops. Oh, look at that. Soccer Kid. Soccer Kid. Apparently it's available on goodoldgames.com or GOG.com. In the section of the forum where I asked how long it would take to beat, he just put and then where I said to give a summary recommending the game to me, he just types, "Haven't I done that enough?" So for people that aren't privy to, every conversation that my friend and I have, this is a game that my friend Max recommends to me a lot. And that he sings the praises of Soccer Kid for the 3DO specifically, because Max grew up with a 3DO. He was the one kid that I know that had a 3DO growing up. And he keeps standing by Soccer Kid and saying it's incredible. I'll I bet Soccer Kid's short. I bet it's not very long, even though I was not given a how long to beat time. So we'll tentatively put it here. I don't know if it's gonna stay, honestly, but we'll tentatively put it here. We've still got some space on this list. But yeah, let's can I shuffle you yet? No, I can't shuffle you. Why won't you let me shuffle you anymore? Whatever. Whatever. Number 17? Number 17. Submission 17 is from Cool Gabe. I believe Cool Gabe's in chat right now. Cool Gabe suggested Yooka-Laylee. Takes about 20 hours to beat. Since you played Banjo last year, it'd be cool to see this as some new to Banjo. It'd be cool to see this as some new to Banjo. I'm guessing what you mean, Cool Gabe, is that it'd be cool to to essentially play like a new Banjo game, which is what Yooka-Laylee more or less is. I did have fun with Banjo-Kazooie last year. Some new to Banjo, yeah. I did have fun with Banjo-Kazooie last year. I've heard that Yooka-Laylee is kind of a poor man's Banjo. I've heard that it's not really as good as Banjo. It doesn't really capture the same magic. But at the same time it does hit that nostalgia for it sometimes. And we don't really have a 3D platformer yet. So we'll put that there, Yooka-Laylee. Put that there. I don't know if it's gonna stay, but I don't hate that as a suggestion. It's kind of a fun suggestion. Let's give another spin. Oh, as someone new to Banjo. Okay, I understand. 18. We rolling up 18 next. Submission 18. Submission 18 is also from Cool Gabe. And he suggested Wario Land Shake It. He says, you love Wario. Wario World is too expensive, and Wario Land 4 isn't on NSO. Great argument. If I wasn't playing through the whole franchise, I would absolutely put Shake It on the list, excitedly right now. But yeah, good news. Good news, Cool Gabe. I am playing Wario Land Shake It. I am playing Wario Land Shake It this year, or I plan on it. So let's give another spin. 14, just barely. Just barely. 14 comes from Sean. Oh, wow, Sean. Interesting submission, Sean. Dynamite Heady for the Sega Genesis. Available on NSO. Takes about 5.5 hours to beat. So if I don't suck, I could do that in one stream. The evil dark demon takes over a civilization of sentient puppets. As Misfit Puppet Heady, you must fight your way across the land and defeat Dark Demon using your detachable head as a bludgeon, grappling hook, battering ram, etc. Eye-popping visuals, great music, and on the right side of quirky. I also suspect that in spite of the how long to beat estimate, you could beat it in a single stream. Cool. God, this is a great suggestion, actually. I'm sorry, Max, and thank you for submitting, but I think that's going to take the Soccer Kid slot. I love you, buddy. That feels a little bad, but yeah, like a short that really works as like a short uh a short platformer, and the art it was a good pitch. It was an argument well made. I kind of have to give points in favor of that. You hope this would get spun? Well, your hopes came true, man. This already looks like kind of a wacky list. Let's see how many 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna start to need making cuts as I add to not bloat the list too much. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. $21. 4. Submission 4. I believe this is actually the first submission to get made because the submissions before it were test submissions that I made to make sure that this was working, that the submission form was working properly. And another one from Not a Pipe 20. Rhythm Heaven Fever. $12.5 hours on how long to beat. A rhythm staple. I'm sure you've already played it, but it's a charming game and right up your alley. You are correct. I have already played it off stream. It is a charming game and right up my alley. I think I'll pass on this for a couple reasons. One, I'm not amazing at rhythm games, and I feel like it will be more frustrating to watch me stream this than it will be fun. Also, right now, the full playthrough Monday list is very Nintendo heavy. We're looking at 1, 2, 3. Counting Wario Land as a single game, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 4 first-party Nintendo games. That's not too bad actually. That's not too bad. We get less Nintendo-y as we go down the list. But But yeah, I think preemptively I'll pass on Rhythm Heaven Fever. Even though I do think that's a cool suggestion, I do think that's a fun suggestion. Um, but yeah, I think I'll refrain from adding it to the list. You are already on the board with Kirby's Dream Land 3, so there's that. Good suggestion though, thank you. Oh hey, and welcome to the chat. You're in the chat now. Awesome. All right. Submission 17? Submission 17. Wait a second, that's ukulele. Did I forget to remove it? I think I forgot to remove it. Oops. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, my bad for not removing it before. 13. Submission 13. That comes to us from Sean. Ooh. We have our first long ass game submission. Oops. Stop doing that. Pokemon Legends Arceus. I'm all over the place. Sec here. Close that window so I don't do that again. Sorry, sorry for the email address that briefly popped up on there. I do at least know that that's not a personal email address, but I'm still sorry for doing that. Okay. So where was I? Number 13. Right. Pokemon Legends Arceus. 44 hours on the How Long to Beat main plus extras. I'm going to assume that you have enough background on PLA that I don't need to describe it. As for why I'd make a full playthrough, one, you love Pokemon, and two, I think once you get past the opening and into the core gameplay loop, you'll really enjoy yourself. I also think it's a good stream game due to its pseudo open worldedness and the fun surprises you may encounter along the way. As far as long games go, this is a great submission. This is a great suggestion. It is long. That is a long game. Stop it. I'm falling apart. That is a long game. we'll put it at the bottom here because it might fall off just because, like, yeah, 44 hours. We'll round up to 50 just because, like, like some streams I won't be super focused probably, like some, yeah, like we'll round up to 50 and that would be 10 streams. So that'd be a game I'd be playing for like 2.5 months straight. Um yeah, that's definitely long, but I think that's a great suggestion. It's a great suggestion, and like, and yeah, maybe, yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. That is a great suggestion. Oh, nice. Both of yours got picked. Congratulations. They're both tentatively picked. The one or both of them could fall off before I'm done spinning. A spin again. Another spin. Another spin. Seven. 9. Ooh. Submission number 9 is another one from Mr. Cactus. And you have my attention with this one, Cactus. Damn it! You have my attention with this one, Cactus. Killer 7. Got a Steam port, 15.5 hours. Killer 7 is a game that everyone should experience at least once. Oh. Maybe I should have put a character limit on these suggestions. Killer 7 is a game that everyone should experience at least once. Its style is unparalleled, its bizarre cryptic nature makes for interesting theories and discussion about its themes and messages, and the general weird tone and story makes for great viewing, as just seeing what's going to happen next is half the fun. It's a stream of consciousness in a game form, but there's a method to the madness. I can't guarantee it'll be the most fun I'll ever have, but it'll definitely leave an impression, and it often goes on sale for $5, so keep an eye out, as it's definitely a steal for that price. Hey Cactus, I got it during the I got it during the spring sale. It was $5 during the spring sale, and I was like, oh shit, and I got it. So I just bought this game actually. There are a few puzzles in the second half that are memory based, kind of cryptic though. So you'd have a GameFAQs guide in case I need it, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem for most of the game. Also, while the game is violent, there's nothing more graphic than Mortal Kombat, which I've streamed, but there are a few sex crimes that are alluded to in dialogue. Good to know. Nothing graphic is shown, just text. And there is a sex scene. I've heard about the sex scene. No, wait, I've seen the sex scene. Uh, when I was visiting a friend's house in high school, the friend was playing Killer 7, and I saw that scene. And that's all I know about Killer 7. There's a sex scene, but you don't see anyone naked, as you just see the character from the neck up, and right after that, they're fully clothed. Yeah. Good. I really appreciate like the kind of content warnings you've given me here. Actually, that's really sweet of you. Just thought I'd mention these in case it's a deal breaker, and so you won't be thrown off guard. That's incredibly sweet of you. Actually, thank you so much, Cactus. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the upfrontness there. That means a lot to me, actually. Sorry about the word count, lol. Just wanted to be comprehensive. You know what? I do appreciate it. I'm glad you did that. And oh, Sean, you meant picked by the wheel, not picked by me. Got it. They You did both picked by the wheel. Congratulations. Um, Killer 7 is a phenomenal pick. I am so intrigued and interested in this game. Um, I I'm sorry that I'm going to delete your other suggestion. I'm sorry that I'm deleting you to add you, but I really like the idea of putting Killer 7 on here. And I feel like there's a little overlap between the tones of Resident Evil and Killer 7. Not a lot of overlap, but I feel like those games are like distant cousins. Like as far as like, kind of strange, mature rated arcadey experiences. Yeah. Um I will say Killer 7 is much less likely to fall off the list than Resident Evil. And something else may have made Resident Evil fall off the list. Um okay, let's keep spinning. Honestly, I might just end up spinning until I see every suggestion. Like there's not a lot of suggestions left. 11. Ah, suggestion that comes from Will. Will Bazing. Will Bazing suggests Voice of Cards, The Isle Dragon Roars. It's a card game he can use for the Goaty discussion and has a great narrator voice to enjoy on stream without having to voice everyone as they go through the journey in a bite-sized RPG. I highly recommend playing the demo on stream first, as it's a prologue. I've actually played the full demo before. And you're right. It's I think the main game is better having experienced the demo first. It's about 15 hours, which is nice, right? Like that's me getting to play an RPG that's not too long. A lot of the trouble I have with playing RPGs on stream is that they're too long and people lose interest. Um, but Voice of Cards, I won't really have that problem, or at least not to the same extent. Um, um, let's see how many do I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll pop it at the bottom here. I can't really guarantee that it's gonna stay on the list, but I think it's a cool suggestion. Thank you, Will. Cool suggestion. Okay. Another spin. Another spin, another spin, another spin. Ooh. Oop. Sorry. That you didn't get to hear the full noise. All right, 24. Oh. 24 comes from my fiance. Oh, thank you for the noise. Thank you. Ah. Um My fiance submits off. Off. Has a really incredible story and characters. Toby Fox has said Off was one of his inspirations for Undertale and has been compared to the Mother series. Interesting combat and puzzles. 6 to 7 hours on how long to beat. And it's on computers. It's a computer game. Okay, so one thing I'm going to look up real quick actually. This will actually make or break the suggestion. Off. Oh no. Off? Hold on, I think it's off. Okay. I guess it's not on Steam. It's like an RPG Maker. Yeah, it's like an RPG Maker game. So at least I could probably run it directly off my computer without too much issues. So I was gonna say like I'd be more comfortable if it was like Steam Deck verified and I could run it directly off of my Steam Deck, but honestly, uh honestly, I think I'm gonna do this. Um, Off is intriguing. I think Off is a better fit for this stream than Voice of Cards would be. Not that Voice of Cards would be a bad fit for this stream, but I do feel like Off is a shorter, sweeter experience that still fills that like quirky RPG slot, you know? Okay, let's go another spin, another spin, another spin, another spin. And yeah, off's not necessarily staying on the list, but it's I think it fills a role, you know? I think it fills a role in kind of a fun way. Number 5. Number 5 is from Not a Pipe 20. King's Quest 7. King's Quest 7 is an odd entry into the King's Quest canon and one of the last ones ever made, not counting King's Quest 8 for reasons. I'm not sure what those reasons are, but understood, got it. It's a nostalgia game and one that I don't think is on streaming that often, if ever. Okay. 8 hours, so like I could beat that in a couple streams. Um, I've never played a King's Quest game before, and I've heard good things about it. I've heard a lot of nostalgia about it. Um, and the thing is would you say the King's Quest 7 is like an RPG? Is that like the genre? Or is it more like a visual novel? More of a visual novel? King's Quest isn't too canony either, so you can play 7 without having played any others. Okay. Thing is, it's like, what? It's visual novel means I'll be doing a lot of voices, which can, that's not a deal breaker. Sometimes I feel a little self conscious. It's like, what would I delete if I were to put King's Quest 7 on there? I think it's a really cool suggestion. I don't know if I want to remove any of this in favor of King's Quest 7. Oh, it's fully voiced. It's fully voiced with professional voice actors. Well, that's interesting. That's intriguing. Um, okay. These don't really have any overlap at all, but if I'm going with what I'm more interested in playing, it's gonna be this. I feel kind of bad though because like I put Pikmin on there as a replacement for Luigi's Mansion. So I'm gonna put Pikmin on the IOU list. And maybe there's a chance that Pikmin will even make it back on 2024 full playthroughs, but yeah. Boy, this will be an interesting year. Like if it looks like this, that's interesting. Okay. You're not expecting that cut? Yeah, I don't I'm not positive I made the right call just now, but we're rolling with it. Nineteen. 19? I think I'm gonna keep spinning till like 10, 20. Like like I said till 10, but I did start like 20 minutes late. So 10 between 10:20 and 10:25 I'll stop. Um 19. Ooh, 19 comes from Zorlak 7. Ori and the Blind Forest. About 10 and a half hours. So that's like 3, maybe even 2 streams. Artistically, it's the second best Metroidvania in existence. The sequel is even better. The visuals, music, and story boost the mechanically great platformer to incredible highs. See, now if Soccer Kid was still here, this would have replaced Soccer Kid. Um, will it replace anything that's currently on the list? Um, let's see what side-scrolling platformers do we have right now? We have all the Wario Land games. We have Kirby's Dream Land 3. We have Dynamite Headdy. Um okay. Zorlak, Ori and the Blind Forest is a fantastic recommendation. I don't think I have space for it. I don't think I have space for it this year. I think you made a great recommendation. I just like, yeah, I think Dynamite Heady's staying on. Wario Land won a tournament, so I can't remove Wario Land. And Kirby's Dream Land 3 got like, it was already on the list and then it got another vote, so like, I feel like Dreamland 3 spot is secured, even if it's not necessarily going to be the first game I play. Um, yeah, yeah, I think I'm not including it, but great recommendation. I have wanted to play Ori and the Blind Forest. I have been really curious about the game. I bet it's a delight. I bet it's an incredible experience. Maybe next time. If there's a next time, maybe next time. All right. 21. 21. What's number 21? Number 21. Ah, fuck. Stop doing that, Daniel. Number 21, from Crossmog is Pokemon Legends Arceus. Pokemon Legends Arceus. It says 25 hours. I bet he just put main instead of main plus extras. Uh and the summary is this is probably the best 3D Pokemon game. Well, with this game being recommended twice, it's it's on the list. It's secured. It's secured on the list, and I think I have to move it up. Um, let's put it here for now. Damn. All right, I'm playing Pokemon Legends Arceus this year. Okay, probably have time for 2 or 3 more spins. Number 25. 25 comes from Max. Max's submission is Disco Elysium. 32.5 hours on How Long to Beat. Under the give a short description of the game and why it would make a good fit for a full playthrough stream by Daniel section and the submission form, Max wrote no. Okay, so Disco Elysium is a computer RPG. I believe it's Steam Deck verified. Like it's also on Switch, but I've heard that it has performance issues on Switch. But it is Steam Deck verified. I did look into that not too long ago. I've heard I've heard it's one of the best computer RPGs ever made. It's like narratively and mechanically, it is like a work of genius. I have my reservations about how good of a stream experience it would be. There's boatloads of text, and like the text is kind of small. Um, there's also the fact that like the game is kind of in this messy situation where like the original creators got fired by the publisher, and the publisher like then started doing things that indicated they had no idea why Disco Elysium was so successful. Like Disco Elysium is like a criticism of like capitalism and like consumerism, and the first thing the publishers did with the game after they fired the original creators was add an emoji update. um so like if I were to get this, I'd have to get it while it was really cheap so I don't give those guys too much money. You stand by it. You stand by your no. Um yeah, it's honestly it is a cool suggestion. It's a cool submission. Um I'm not sure what I would remove. Like yeah, I feel like if I were to bump any of these off in favor of Disco Elysium, it'd probably be King's Quest. And I think King's Quest might have the edge just because it's a shorter game. Um a shorter game with voice acting that'll be a bit more stream friendly. King's Quest doesn't have like choice based gameplay in the way that Disco Elysium does, I'm guessing. Like Disco Elysium, I'll definitely have like a really unique experience, you know? What if I put Disco Elysium at the bottom of the list? So there's a chance I don't even get to it this year, but it's there and it has a chance of being played. Okay. Let's do another spin. Let's spin until I don't know. Am I just gonna spin the last 5 games? Am I just gonna see what the last 5 games are? Maybe. Oh, it's gonna stop at 16. It's gonna stop at 16. Number 16 is from Cool Gabe. South Park: The Stick of Truth. South Park: The Stick of Truth. 15 hours. I really love the South Park RPGs. They're pretty great even if you aren't a huge South Park fan. I do worry about the adult nature of this game getting flagged by Twitch or YouTube, but you have seen it played on those platforms in the past without stuff being edited, but that was over 10 years ago. Yeah, that that is something I'm worried about too. I'm worried about that also. Um the closest thing to choice-based gameplay in King's Quest are all the ways you'll die. I do enjoy games where you can die in lots of ways. One of the funnest things about Detective Pikachu on the 3DS was like all the different fail animations for just like not participating in QTEs. Some of them were very funny. But yeah, South Park: The Stick of Truth. That is an intriguing pick, but yeah, I think on top of being worried about like getting flagged for adult content, I also like I don't I personally just don't want to be witness to like Cartman getting an enema on stream. You know? I think maybe I'll just pass on that. I think I respect the choice. I respect the pick. Um, but yeah, I think I'll err on the side of caution and just pass on Stick of Truth. Thanks for the submission though. Fun pick. All right, four left. Wow. Number 7. Number 7 comes from Garrett. I'll be doing some crazy rearranging once we have the full list. Banjo-Tooie. 23.5 hours, mean plus extras average. You loved Banjo-Kazooie. The highs of Tooie are high, and while the lows are quite low, I think you could enjoy it with some help. And by skipping Grunty Industries, lol. I I think you may be putting words in my mouth by saying I loved Banjo-Kazooie. I liked Banjo-Kazooie, and I had a pretty good time with Banjo-Kazooie. I loved Gruntilda. I don't know if I loved Banjo-Kazooie. Oops. Stop it. Um you should have picked Lost Via Domus. I, I I'll be honest, Lost Via Domus would have had more of a shot. Lost Via Domus would have had more of a shot than South Park. Um Ooh, Tui over ukulele. It's funny, I was about to hem and haw over which I should include. Um but yeah, if the person that submitted ukulele thinks that Banjo Tooie is a better idea, then I might as well just replace it. It was Banjo-Kazooie was my non-2023 game of 2023 in our GOTY discussion last this year. That's true. That's very true. It is, yeah. It was the best. I did decide that it was the best game I played in 2023 that was not released that year. It was kind of close between some other games, but yeah, I did make that decision. You're right. I did, yeah, I liked Banjo-Kazooie. I had a good time with it. A much better time than I thought I would. So Banjo-Tooie could be a fun thing to visit. And it'd be a fun follow-up, it'd be a fun follow-up to Oh, okay. I was like, "Oh wow, 21, 22 and 23 are the only ones left." It's 12, 22 and 23. 22. Oh, 22. 22 comes to us from Crossmog. And the submission says Portal, which is a game I've already beaten and played. I've already played on stream and beaten. But by looking at the synopsis, by looking at the summary, it's clear that Crossmog meant Portal 2. The synopsis says, "I loved your playthrough of the first game, and I think this one is even better." So, just like Arceus, Portal 2 is a lock on the list now. I do have to include Portal 2. And I'll move it up. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll be playing Portal 2 pretty soon. So actually, in terms of ordering things, I'm just gonna put Wario Land franchise playthrough here and just put when more Wario Land is on NSO. I'd like, yeah, I'd like more of them to be on NSO before I start the playthrough. But also, if we get to if we're like halfway through the year and there's no sign of Wario Land, I might just start getting, you know, I might just start figuring out how to stream the Wario Land games without NSO. But we'll put it to the side here, and Wario Land is a game we'll slot in when more Wario Land is available on NSO. Okay. 2 more spins. I'm playing all the WarioWare games, so you don't care that your submissions aren't added. That's fair. It was supposed to be Portal 2. Okay, cool. Off made the cut. Off is tentatively on the list. I'm still removing stuff. I'm still potentially removing stuff, and there's 2 games left here. Okay, number 12. Okay, so Devil May Cry, the franchise, got second place in the full franchise playthrough tournament. However, this is Did I say out loud already that this is from Cactus? This is from Mr. Cactus. Mr. Cactus submitted Devil May Cry 1 before knowing the contents of my franchise playthrough poll. So what if in honor of Devil May Cry getting second place, I play the first game this year? I play Devil May Cry 1. Let's look at this. Let's look at the summary. Let's look at the short description first. Devil May Cry, the birth of stylish action games and what revolutionized 3D combat. DMC1 isn't the best in the series, but it's still pretty solid. Combat feels satisfying, fun boss fights, has a cool gothic atmosphere, good soundtrack, and does a good job showing what's great about the genre and this series on a smaller scale. Also, some of the line delivery later on is pretty funny, lol. I already know exactly what one of the lines in this game is, just due to it being like a meme on TikTok. Uh this would make for a good intro to the franchise, and since it's only like 8 hours, ooh yeah, 8.5. Like 4 to 5 hours if you don't get lost or die too much. It's pretty short and sweet. And if you like the sample of what DMC is, you could move on to 3, 4, and 5 potentially in the future if you wanted to, because those are good as well. And it could make for fun streams. Also, the reboot, as there are interesting things to talk about there. It's so funny that I held on to the idea of a franchise playthrough as like a surprise for this stream, and like a week or two before I reveal it, Cactus is just in my submissions like, hey, what if you did a playthrough of the entire Devil May Cry franchise, except for the game everyone says is shitty? That's like borderline prophetic of Cactus. Imagine if Devil May Cry won. Imagine. Imagine if Devil May Cry was the winner, not Devil May Cry Uno. Yeah, I feel like just due to the circumstances tonight, I gotta find room for Devil May Cry 1 in here. Um, God, the game with the biggest overlap is like Killer 7, but I really like Killer 7 on there. I don't want to take Killer 7 off. Okay. What games do I want to keep on here? Like Kirby Dream Land 3, I think is staying for sure. Portal 2 is a lock. I think Spirit Tracks would make a great stream. And I haven't really streamed a full Zelda game on here yet. And that feels weird for me. I feel like I should do that. Trauma Team is a game that I've already started and that I want to commit to beating. Pokemon Legends Arceus is a lock because like multiple people suggested that. And I don't have a lot of it's the only long game on the list really. King's Quest 7. Um Quest 7 might be one of the games I'm less married to on here, honestly. But Devil May Cry 1 doesn't exactly have a lot in common with this game. King's Quest 7 at least like kind of is unique amongst these games. And also like so Killer 7, I already deleted a Cactus submission and replaced it with Killer 7, which was another Cactus submission. It would feel so sad if I deleted Killer 7 and replaced with Devil May Cry 1. Like I just keep overwriting Cactus's submissions with his own submissions. But man, yeah, I think Killer 7 would be cool. Really interesting Killer 7. Dynamite Headdy, I think like yeah, I think just really fits on this list, you know? I think Dynamite Headdy really fits on this list. Um Banjo Tooie. Off. I don't. So Off and Disco Elysium, right? I don't have. They're both like RPGs, although they're both very different kinds of RPGs. I don't have a lot of RPGs on here actually, right? Like, what do I? Yeah, this is a way less RPG heavy list than last year. Like, yeah, like I got Pokemon Legends on here. Man, yeah, like that's the only game on here that qualifies as an RPG really, unless you want to qualify Zelda as one. And I don't think Spirit Tracks counts as an RPG. God, this is tough. You can take the Disco Elysium off, you won't be offended. If you had to choose between the two, you'd go with Killer 7 personally. It'd be so thematic to like Devil May Cry got so close to having its entire franchise being played. Yeah, I think Devil May Cry 1 is going to be a smoother, more stream friendly experience than Disco Elysium. Like, I did have reservations about Disco Elysium. If Disco Elysium was ever recommended to me again, I I feel like I'd feel more obligated to play it, you know? But this, yeah. This time and like feel like playing it sooner rather than later. Mm, okay, that looks a little better. Like I'm breaking up the longer games a bit, and there's just one game left. Let's spin the wheel. It doesn't make a ticker noise when there's only one left. What'll it be? What do you think it's gonna land on, guys? Well, well, well. 23. Oh, hey, have you heard of this game called Disco Elysium? I recommend it. Oh shit, I should put that on the list. Fuck. Well, let me see what 23 is first. The last game is from my fiance. Oh boy, okay. It's Shadow the Hedgehog. The recommendation is it's Shadow. He says the hell word. Funny. Okay, here's the problem. That's actually a fucking good suggestion. That's a great submission. Like Shadow's movie comes out this year, you know? It'd be kind of topical. It'd be I think I know what I'm doing. Chat, you're not allowed to get mad at me. But if I were to pick one 3D platformer that I know is going to equal parts delight and frustrate me, Banjo's, I think, got a good shot if I'm still doing this next year. But like the potential for Shadow the Hedgehog to be a really funny stream, a really funny series of streams, uh is too it's too tempting. Chad, I'd like to formally apologize. Getting mad at me is like your whole thing. Well, don't do it this time. I'm playing Shadow the Hedgehog. You are offended that Soccer Kid didn't make it? What the fuck? Soccer Kid was briefly on the list, but it got replaced by Dynamite Heady. Okay. Um. Okay. Gotta move some stuff around. Okay, so here's what I'll do. King's Quest 7 is I'll move it closer to the bottom of the list just because like I'm intrigued by it. I do want to play it. It's on the list. Um but yeah, I don't feel um like right now Kirby's Dream Land 3 is on the top and King's Quest 7 is on the bottom, so like your submissions are like they're like bookending my list. Um God, this is tough because like I'm like I want to play everything on the bottom half of the list, the stuff that I want to play sooner. Yeah, we'll put okay, yeah. We'll put Dynamite Heady after Devil May Cry, but before Pokemon Legends, right? Like we'll get a couple short games out of the way before I play a fucking long game. Then Shadow the Hedgehog can be after Oh, but Killer 7 and Shadow the Hedgehog are both like edgy. I want to do two edgy games in a row. Like even if I swap Killer 7 and Dynamite Heavy, I have a similar issue. Really have two like God, I got a lot of edgy boys. Got a lot of edgy boys in my list this year. Like Dante's an edgy boy. Dynamite Heady has got that like 90s video game mascot edge going on. Killer 7's gonna be edgy as hell. Shadow the Hedgehog's gonna be edgy as hell. I demand a recount. Stop this steal. It's a Vinny sandwich. Shadow the Hedgehog does have Crush 40 songs though, so it justifies its place on the list. You get it? You understand? You get it. Shadow the Hedgehog being in like the second half of the year isn't a bad idea. Um, because then like I'll be playing it around when the movie comes out, and like, you know, you know what? Off is like a palate cleanser. Oh, but off's gonna be trippy and unsettling and weird, isn't it? Which has overlap with what I'm assuming Killer 7 is gonna be like. But I also want to distance off from King's Quest 7 since those are both going to be like narrative experiences. Okay, also how many games do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. Oh, 12. Right. Really like yeah, the entire Wario Land franchise playthrough. I've got to be aware of that too because like at some point of the year I'll be slotting that in. Huh. Okay. I do I do like how the rest of this looks though. Like Kirby's Dream Land 3 as the game I start this Monday seems like a delightful time. And then and Portal 2 after that, like two games that aren't going to take me too long to beat, right? Kirby's Dream Land 3 I'll want to get like the true ending. So that'll probably be like a couple streams and then Portal 2 will also be like 2 or 3 streams. And then I can pick Trauma Team back up and like beat that. You know, I've already put like 15 hours into Trauma Team, like somewhere between 10 and 15 hours. So, you know, I've probably got like a month or so left on that game. Then Devil May Cry, Dynamite Heady. Both as games I can probably kind of beat in 1 or 2 streams. And Pokemon Legends Arceus will be like me playing for like 3 months. Mm, then Killer 7, then off, then Shadow the Hedgehog, then Zelda Spirit Tracks, then King's Quest 7. But at some point in the middle of all this, I'll be playing through all of the Wario Land games. Okay, yeah, I think that's as satisfied as I'm gonna be with my full playthrough Monday list for this year. And I said that I might add a game for me at the end. Like I might do a personal pick. But here's the problem. This was going to be my personal pick. Um, and like I don't know, like with this lineup, maybe Ape Escape 2 is like redundant. Like I'm already set on like goofy ass platformers. I'm gonna be playing all the Wario Land games. I'm gonna be playing Shadow the Hedgehog. And my backup option was gonna be this. But like last year I added Star Ocean as a personal option, and that like I feel like that just gunk up the works, like, like sticking a 30-hour RPG and interrupting all these other games, like I'd love to play Ape Escape or Brave Fencer Musashi this year though. I'm definitely not set on all the goofy ass platformers. Stop insulting your soccer playing boy. The thing with Brave Fencer Musashi, at least, is that at least like I don't have too many RPGs on the list right now. Like there's Pokemon Legends and there's Off. If Off really counts as a JRPG, and I guess it does. But what's the how long to beat on Brave Fencer Musashi? The main plus extra is 17 hours. It's 4 streams. I could beat Brave Fencer Musashi in like a month. That's not as bad as. Can I use it to break up? I could do Killer 7, then Brave Fencer Musashi. Then Off, then Shadow the Hedgehog. No, I keep forgetting about Wario Land. I keep forgetting how much time Wario Land's gonna take me. Not a crazy amount of time. Like Wario Land 1 will probably be a stream. Virtual Boy Wario Land, if I even play that, will probably be like a stream. Wario Land 2 will probably be like 2 or 3 streams. Wario Land 3 will probably be like 2 or 3 streams. That's still gonna be a months long project. Yeah, let's take Brave Fencer Musashi out of here. Um Killer 7's shorter than Shadow the Hedgehog. And I'm gonna need I want a shorter game after Arceus. Yep. Yeah. That's how that's gonna look. That's how that's gonna look. Okay. That's full playthrough Mondays. That's full playthrough Mondays. So this Monday, this coming Monday, next stream, I'm gonna start Kirby's Dream Land 3 and beat it. And then after that's Portal 2. And then after that I will finish Trauma Team. And then I'll play through Devil May Cry 1. I'll play through Dynamite Headdy. Then I will start my lengthy playthrough Pokemon Legends Arceus. This seems like a good time to remind that full playthrough Monday streams are full playthrough Monday games are games that I will dedicate a minimum of 3 streams to. If I'm not feeling it at the 3 stream point, I reserve the right to bail on it. So I'll put at least 3 streams into Pokemon Legends Arceus. But I could honestly, I'm probably gonna end up playing that whole fucking thing, knowing me. And then Killer 7, and then off, and then Shadow the Hedgehog. Then Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks and King's Quest 7. But somewhere in the midst of all that, after more Wario Land games have been added to NSO, I'll do a full Wario Land franchise playthrough. Yeah, and yeah, basically like yeah, who knows what rate they'll get added at, It'd be nice to start the playthrough once Wario Land 1, 2, and 4 are all on the platform. But yeah, we'll see. We'll wait and see how things go, how things develop. Okie dokie. Well, let's fill up New Game Fridays before we stop for the night. Wario Land games back to back, or are they sprinkled in? I'll be doing the playthrough cover to cover. I'll like once I start the Wario Land playthrough, like I'll keep playing Wario Land games back to back to back until I've beaten Wario Land Shake It. You can't wait for everyone to get Sudapilled. I regret reading that sentence. Okay. Okay, so for New Game Fridays, let's open up 2024 in video games and scroll down to April through June. Watch a new Wario Land game come out this year. I think there is a non-zero chance of that, honestly. Well, I think what would be really funny is actually if the reason they haven't dumped a bunch of Wario Land games on the NSO is because there's just going to be like a Wario Land collection that just releases this year. Although I feel like they'd wait until like an anniversary to do that, right? Like when did Wario Land come out? Like how long has Wario existed basically? Wario's debut was in 1992. Um and Super Mario Land 3 came out in 1994. This year's the 20th anniversary of Wario Land. Oh man, imagine. Imagine. Like January was the 20th anniversary of Wario Land. But imagine them like filling in summer with just like a Wario Land compilation. Yeah. I just due to their current NSO strategy, I don't know how likely that is, but okay. 2024 video games. Do that, but then we'll do this. And then we'll do no, I'm in the way. I'm in the way. We'll do that. Okay. I'll scroll back up here. All right, so scrolling through April games. Um Ooh, Biomorph just came out, huh? Do people like Biomorph? Is Biomorph good? Then we got the PlayStation and Switch port of Grounded. Eiyuden Chronicle 100 Heroes. Eiyuden Chronicle 100 Heroes. Oh wow. Oh my god, there's so many fucking games coming out April 25th and 26th. There's another Crab's Treasure, which is that Souls-like game where you're a little crab swapping shells around. There's Demon Slayer board game, there's Saga Emerald Beyond. It's funny, I would have put that on the list, but honestly, after playing the demo last night, I don't think it'd be a great stream. There's Megaton Musashi, there's the Sandland video game. There's Stellar Blade, there's Braid Anniversary Edition. Um Yeah, should I start Eiyuden Chronicle on stream? Or is that one of those games where it's like, if I'm not playing the whole thing, why should I bother? Well, let's put some stuff. Let's put some stuff up and see how I feel about it. Um. All right. Alien Chronicles, April 23rd. Another Crab's Treasure, April 25th. And Sandland, April 26th. I will be playing two of these games maximum, but they're all under consideration for later this month. All right, what else we got? All right, going into May, Endless Ocean Luminous. Honestly, I think that'd be a fun experience. So let's put that in there. Endless Ocean Luminous. May 2nd. Animal Well. Do we think Animal Well is going to be good? Let's skip Animal Well for now. Another re-release of Biomutant, a Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut. Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. It's a game that I promised that I'd play with my fiance, so I won't be playing that one on stream, but I am very excited for that. Oh, the Multiverses relaunch. That's a maybe. That's a maybe. I could see my I could check that out. Um, what's the release date on that again? May 28th. Multiverses. I will say that if Neptunia hype, surprised they still make this LOL. I can't say that I have anything resembling hype for Neptunia. Um let's see here. Already down into June. You never heard of Animal, but looking it up, it sounds pretty cool. Well, okay, if you think it's pretty cool, maybe it's worth a look, huh? May 9th. Yeah, there's space. Animal Well, May 9th. Um, okay, June re-releases of Monster Hunter, re-release of Shin Megami Tensei 5. Um, Elden Ring expansion. Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. So I haven't played Luigi's Mansion 1 yet. And I know there's not really a big story connection or anything, but I I can't help but notice that there's a game I'm looking forward to much more. Um, uh, on like happening right afterwards. So we're gonna put that one on there, June 28th. Spy X Anya Operation. Oh, I did that in the wrong order. Spy Anya Operation Memories, June 28th. Um, by the way, some new Shonen Jump manga got announced, so I think I might be doing the stream next week where I go over the new Shonen Jump manga that just got announced. Um, all right, what else? Going through this faster than I thought I would. Oh, Final Fantasy 14 Dawn Trail. This isn't Sean's stream, so Ace Combat 7. Oh, it's like a deluxe edition. Final Fantasy 2. Oh yeah, then we're Fantasy Life. Okay. So then let's skim. Oh, and by the way, if you see if you see if I skip a game and you're like, "Oh, you should check that game out." Like you could mention it. Please mention it. Okay, so I see BC Ball. Okay, I'm probably skipping over Biomorph since that just came out and I'm busy. So BC Ball, if that does come out this year, I'm absolutely playing that on stream. Maybe even going for a full playthrough. You can't wait to see how they turn Spy Family into an arena brawler. It's not an arena brawler. It's a slice of life game. It looks like a delight. Um I'm feeling less inclined to do Demon School lately. Um What else? Berserk Boy. Already played that, baby. Short Rockin' Roads. Bye Bye Cassette Boy. Cat Quest. Chicken Police. The Clock Tower remake. Yeah, why not? Um, Death Trick Double Blind. Didn't that came out on the Switch already? Didn't it? There's Demon School. Backup Police. Earthblade is not a 2024 game anymore. Epic Mickey Rebrushed could be cool. First Ascended, a G.I. Joe game. Relay Breaker. Oh, Inazuma 11 Victory Road. I think that's. Yeah, that's already on there. Um, 11 Victory Road. Oh, yeah, Knuckle Sandwich has been played by me already. I've been playing the hell out of that. Skipped over Nagatama Musashi. Moonstone Island. Did that. The Gecko Gods? It's a platform puzzle game where you're a little gecko. You think it looks adorable. Well, it does sound intriguing. Does sound intriguing. Yeah, do we have... Did, like, Moonstone Island, like, come out for this? Release is spring 2024, so that stays on the list. The Gecko Gods. Okay. Honestly, just based off of that description, I will tentatively put it on my list. The Gecko Gods. Yeah, we're going over time, so I'm just kind of zooming through these. Kingdom Hearts Missing Link, that's only on phone, so it's not like I can really play that on stream anyway. Oh, Metaphor ReFantagio. That's getting played at least one stream. I might play the rest off stream, you know, but like that's getting at least one stream if it does come out this year. I'm gonna say a trailer 2. Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Chomps. The Plucky Squire. Oh yeah, Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket. Right, that's phones only, so it's not like I really have a means to stream that. Rivals 2, I could see myself doing a stream of that when it comes out. They do hit this year. That team has a tendency to delay their games, but like they do seem really determined to bring it out this year. First Worlds Beyond, Skate Story, Sonic X Shadow Generations, already playing a Shadow game this year. Right, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles like movie game. Visions of Mana. That'll probably get a stream. TUV? Yeah. Visions of Mana. You can cross out UFO 50. It's not coming out this year. Have you not heard the updates? Have you not heard the updates? Derek Yu says he's really confident that it will come out this year. The game is content complete. Right now they're just working on testing it, polishing it, getting marketing materials ready. Game's basically done. He says it's probably coming out the second half of this year. So UFO 50 is staying. UFO 50 is staying on there, and when it comes out, I'm gonna play until I get sick of it. I'm gonna try to play every game in the collection on stream, and then probably get burnt out around like game 24. But yeah, UFO 50 is happening. It's actually happening. Probably. Game development's a bitch, you know? Anything can happen. Oh. Fucking Wolf Among Us 2 is still apparently coming out this year. Oh yeah, Zenless Zone Zero. I had a pretty good time during my my Honkai stream. That Honkai stream ended up making me just fucking hooked on a Honkai Star Rail for about half a year. So yeah, let's put Zenless Zone Zero in there. Okay. Okay, that looks pretty nice. That looks pretty nice. Interesting, glad to be wrong. You would look up stuff about it every few months, and there is no news after a few years, so you stop checking it. Well, yeah, they were radio silent for a while. And part of that was because they were focusing on Spelunky too. But it turns out they have been working on it pretty much this whole time. It's just they're making 50 full games, so it just took a long time to make. But it looks like this is the year. This might be the year. Alrighty. Yeah, hit Z a couple times and get my head back where it was. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Full playthrough Mondays. Kirby's Dream Land 3, Portal 2, Trauma Team. Devil May Cry 1, Dynamite Heady. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Killer 7, Off, Shadow the Hedgehog, Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks, King's Quest 7, and at some point in the middle of all that, Wario Land franchise full playthrough. The new game Fridays. We'll check out Aiden Chronicles or Another Crab's Treasure or Sandland the week of April 23rd. We'll check out Endless Ocean Luminous on May 2nd. We might check out Animal Well May 9th. We may check out the Multiverses relaunch on May 28th. And we will play Spy, Anya, Operation Memories on June 28th. And then games without release dates locked in that we could check out include Astria Six-Sided Oracles, the console version, Beastie Ball, Blazing Strike, Chrono Arc, the Clock Tower remake, the Gecko Gods, Inazuma 11 Victory Road, Metaphor ReFantasio, Moonstone Island, The Plucky Squire, Rivals 2, Suikoden HD remakes, UFO 50, Visions of Mana, Endless Zone Zero. This is going to be a fun year, man. This is going to be a wacky fucking year, but I think it'll be fun. Should have suggested I stream Action 52 to get ready for UFO 50. God, no. God. Okay. Cool. That's the stream, guys. That's the stream. We got the schedule figured out. I will be back on Monday and I'll start Kirby's Dream Land 3. Man, I'm pumped. I'm pumped. Yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks for popping your heads in and voting, and yeah, I'm excited. We'll see. We will play some fucking games this year, man. And yeah, we'll keep an eye on when the Wario Land games come out, because once that happens, you know, that'll really solidify what the schedule's going to look like. I'm a little sad that I'm not playing an Ape Escape game this year. I'm a little sad about that. But I want to prioritize your picks. So if I get to the end of the year and I've played everything, I'll reward myself with a little Ape Escape 2. How's that? How's that? how's that thing that's not going to happen? Oof. Okay. Deal. Deal. All right, that's the stream. Thanks everybody. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I'll see you Monday. And then I haven't really solidified what I'm doing Friday, I guess. But Saturday I'll probably talk about manga. Saturday will probably be a manga stream. I just looked over at my manga box, my Zelda manga box. This is a really nice looking box. What I'm probably gonna do is, like, I don't like this clasp. I don't like it. What I'm probably gonna do though is take the manga out and then put stuff in the box, like it's my own little treasure chest. Like, and I'll put the manga on my manga bookshelf because that's what it's for. But yeah, great purchase, IMO. Okay, guys, I'll see uh I'll see you soon. I'll see you Monday. I'll see you next week. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, look forward to more 2024 streams, baby. Excited for upcoming games. Me too. Me too. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.